Oh, I think I'm back. After an hour of waiting for the storm to dissipate? Well, not really dissipate, but it's more like just waiting it to be small. No more thunder. Cowboy is safe. Alright, cowboy is safe. No thunder. It takes like, man, I think I actually stopped streaming for around an hour there. I was legit scared. Anyway, I'm back. I can play more of these now. Let's unpause this one. Right. I I did save because I feel like I forgot to save, but I didn't. Also, look at that. I put background there now, so it's not just pitch black. Pitch black is just not fun to look at. Ah, man. Alright, let's continue playing this. Oh, I need to fight Brandon again, of course. Alright, let's do it. I mean, it's not a big deal, right? Magic. Oh. Is Centred here? Oh, don't die. Oh my god. It's just a scratch. Why are you afraid of? Oh wait, yeah, I don't even have a Pokeball. It's fine then. Alright, let's fight Brandon. I love the battle music in this game. It's so good. Alright, we know that it's afraid of Scratch for some reason. Maybe Sharp is a really good type, question mark? Look at that, OP, yeah. I have a feeling that there might be a balloon type in this game. I don't know, maybe. Alright. Let me just get to where I was real quick. Yep. Yep. Alright, thank you. Mom doesn't even come out here. Hey, Mama. Are you going to catch Pokemon? Good luck? Hell yeah. Oh, first patch of grass? Eat the Putina. Oh, they even have the press L for catch Pokemon. Uh-oh. Okay, doesn't hurt as much. The rage is building. Oh, it's R this time, okay. Maybe L is something else, I don't know. Nice. First Pokemon catch. It savagely threatens foes with bared fangs. It chases after fleeing targets tenaciously. It turns tail and runs, however, if the foe strikes back. Aww. I'm gonna call you Gen 3 dog because there's like Gen 1. We had Gen 2 dog, we had Gen 5 dog. You're a Gen 3 dog. Gen 3 dog. Hi, Sola. Yeah, I'm back. Fish with Merp. Alright, what do we get with Merp? Clownfish. Is it still storm? No more. It's just big wind. Like, very windy, but other than that, there's not much happening. So, yeah, I'm glad. It was really scary because I legit got scared when the thunder struck down in front of me and my screen flashes multiple times. So then I immediately turned off my everything. Like, immediately. Because that was too scary. I don't think I want to risk anything broken. So yeah, that's why. I feel bad too because it feels like a lot of people's stream streak is just gone. Alright, what's your type? Angie! I love an Angie type. Ayo. Rage is Angie type? Okay. God, I love that. How many Pokeball do I have? 10? 5. Oh. So it's afraid of Scratch. For some reason, Scratch is Sharp type. I can only bet that it catches like this. Yeah, it's too hard. Oh my god, you're afraid of Scratch and Ember? What's Ember's type? Ember is fire. What type is what type is Ferret? Oh, I Pokédex. So we have Poplio. Oh, I can even check what the type is because I don't catch it yet. Is it normal grass or something? No. This is okay. Welcome to Pokemon Too Many Types, where there's 50 extra types in this game. That's why you have Angie. Look at that type. It's Angie. Yes, welcome to Pokemon Too Many Types. I am so fucking excited for this one. It's so funny. There's Angie type. What the fuck is that? I don't know. I love it. Okay, let's do it with Angie. We're gonna catch a Sentret because I want to see what Sentret's type is. And also, Angie is afraid of fire or sharp. Wait, no, Angie is afraid of sharp for some reason. Uh-oh. Gentry Dog! Love that new sprite though. Angie. Oh wait, you're not afraid of Scratch? Oh wait, Angie is afraid of fire! Yeah, Angie is afraid of fire. Okay, okay. Keep that in mind, there's gonna be a fucking pop quiz afterwards. What the fuck? Wait, learn Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast. Fuck. Oh, this game's good. Alright, what is Eldritch Blast? Is it magic type? It is! Fires a beam of cackling energy. Good. I just started playing this playthrough and I'm already enjoying it a lot. We're gonna catch a Sentret. I'm gonna run. Oh, there it is. I'm Angie! Angie! Oh. Alright, let's capture it. Angie. Nice. Sentry is afraid of sharp type though. Oh, nice. They take turns standing ground when it is time to sleep. The sentry awakens the others if it senses danger. If one becomes separated, it turns sleepless with fear. Oh no! Nuded. I'm so excited for this. Fluffy! It's Fluffy! So Fluffy is afraid of sharp type? Scratch and foresight. Okay. I think there's only Poochyena and Sentret here. I want to see if there's any other Pokemon around. Anki. I cannot handle. How is Anki now? Okay. Oh, Anki is afraid of Anki? We gave on a run and bun because it was too competitive meta. Yep. Like, no matter what I do, it's just... I cannot win. So I gave up on it. To preserve my sanity as well, because it's just not fun going through that. It is good that I can capture Salazar and stuff over there. Gen 1 and Gen 8 is like genuinely amazing. But it's just the fact that every fight is a... Every fight is a cheating trainer. It's not fun. So sadly I have to drop that one. But at least we have this one. It seemed very much like you need to know it to a super high level, and the movesets were insane. Yeah, level 13 Staryu with Aurora Beam. Fun. And level 13 Lombre with Seismic Toss. Yeah. Felt like the movesets were literally adapting to your Pokemon types. Or actually... The Pokemon movesets have something that a Pokemon shouldn't have. Where there's a Magikarp with Hydro Pump and the Magikarp with Bounce. Yeah, I'm gonna drop that game like in a heartbeat. It's not fun. Salazar was cool. Other than that, sad. Too bad, really. Okay, I think there's only Poochyena and Sentret here. Let's go to the next area. Oh, actually, let's buy a few more Pokeball. We're gonna buy 10 of them so that I can get a premium ball. Oh, Pokeball is $200 here? Or 200 ringgit? Many of them felt like outright illegal sets. Like, this Pokemon will literally never be allowed to access to that move even via HMTM. Yep, that's the thing. Because I know for a fact in base Pokemon, Magikarp can only learn Splash and one other move that I don't remember what it is. Oh, Splash, Tackle, and one TM move. That's the Magikarp. And the fact that they gave Magikarp Hydro Pump is just stupid. You can guess all those TMs, yeah? To my knowledge, I think only one, but I don't remember what it is, sadly. I love the Angie type. Angie! And then they even have like a little face too. Rage, howl, Angie. This is so much more fun than Pokemon Run and Bum. But basically every Pokemon had counter moves against the intended counter. Yep. Like I'm even trying to just brute force with my KFC, which is the bird, Star something, Starly, the second evolution. I tried to brute force with that one, but then they have shock waves too. It's like, yeah, that made me give up. It's like, nope, too much. Oh, I want something else. Also, this one also has, yeah, infinite candy. But I think this one is actually infinite. I don't think there's a limit to how you can level your Pokemon, I feel like. I might be wrong, but I don't know. Oh. That's a new move that I've never seen before. Inflation. It's pop up. Whoa, wait, how much did that lower my attack? Did it say sharply decrease? Harshly fell. Holy shit. Yeah, no. Wait, that move is so fucking good. I think harshly is... It's -2 or 3. I forgot which one is it. It's okay, it's super effective. I have the power Dirk moves for the next month. Congrats, nice. Yeah, of course. Sharply is 2 times. Yes. Thank you. I forgot. Yeah, harshly is -3. I wanna train Noodle then. Like that puff up is it is insanely good. Oh, Gen 5 bird. Scratchoo. I'm dead. Oh. What? Oh, are you fluffy type? Oh my god, Sentret, you're so strong. Good job, Sentret. Good job, Noodle. Oh my goodness. And this very forgetful Pokemon will wait for a new order from its trainer even though it's already has one. Flocks often gather in parks and plazas. Why is my PC dying? I mean, go... Nova! Hello! Bucket. Nova! Hello. I will moisturize. Thank you, Nova. Also, hi. Very forgetful. You're gonna be Goldberg then. Because goldfish. Hope you're doing good, Nova. I should apologize. I mean, I already apologized in Discord because of the... Because I just like turned off stream immediately. But that storm was so scary. No, Angie is afraid of Angie. Ruffy is afraid of Sharp? And Anki is afraid of fire. Okay, so far so good. Yes, the OP move. The literal OP move. We found it. What's your type? No, how is it boring? Super luck? What the fuck? No, Pidove is not boring. Come on. This is pigeonist. Whoever made this, I do not approve. I wonder if there's gonna be like a cum, like a cum type, because there's muck, you know. Why is that my first quite? Don't ask me why. I don't know. All right, check this shit out. I have the literal OP strat. One puff up, you are dead. One puff up negates 3 howls. Yeah, one more for good measure. Yeah, keep howling, I don't care. -6, baby. That's -4. Ow, it still hurt. Oh, this is a quality fight that I'm looking for. No. Oh, it's faster. Oh shit. Okay, it doesn't hurt that much. Inflation. You're gonna win, Centred. I believe in you. Oh, he keeps howling. It's cheating. Uh-oh. I think that negates every puff up, I think. Yeah, keep howling, keep howling. See what, yeah. See where they get you, huh? Keep howling. Inflation strat. We got him. What? That was close. We should try our first Pokemon battle against a trainer. So, to my knowledge, from the description of this ROM hack, the trainer battles are randomized, meaning that they have random Pokemon to my knowledge, and also reasonable moves, right? So from what level the Pokemon can have that move, will have that move. Will not have like a Aurora Beam, I believe. So that's good, that's good. Alright, let's try our first. Let's fight, give me your money. Kobo wants money. Oh. Aha, I have key 9. Harshly fail. Oh shit, this thing. Oh no, wait, this is bad. Oh. Why are you afraid of water? Eldritch Blast. Oh no, it's so afraid of Eldritch Blast. I'm dead. This might be ×4. Okay, maybe it's not? Ember? Fair. Scratch? It's not afraid of every single thing. I love this ROM hack, it's so good. Thanks for the 80 ringgit, dummy. I'm such a menace to society. That looks like a ×2? Yeah. If it's ×4, I feel like I'm already like dead. more centric. I'm just gonna go bait immediately. No, I'm the one that's scratching you. Nice. Teddy Tumble! Oh my god, what is that move? I want it. What's Teddy Tumble? It's a fluffy move. It rushes the target down with fluffy abandon. This ROM hack is the best hack in the entirety of Pokemon Emerald, okay? You only have Gust though. Is Angie afraid of Gust? They're a bug catcher, right? So I guess Gust would do. I should train my Gold Burp a little bit. Very nice, very nice. Got him. Oh, okay. A little Sentret here. I know I have infinite candy, but I think... Oh, hey! I want to find more Pokemon. Can you do this? Oh, no! Oh, this feels so fresh, you know? When 18 types is not enough, you're gonna have 50 plus types. This Pokemon lives in ponds with clean water. It is known to ferry small Pokemon across ponds by carrying them on the broad leaf on its head. That's kinda cute. Put. Put. One more level, maybe? How do you fare against Angie? Whoa. Why is Angie's afraid of everything? Nice. Trace, you got my super luck? I think you're only a growl though. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. That's a crit. Is that divided by 4? Oh my god. They deal no damage for crit. I think that's a divide 4 damage. A rat has the power to sense the emotion of people and Pokemon with the horns on its head. Oh yeah. And remember this. You're still rat though. What's your type? Oh, what do you have? Grass vibe. Oh my god, Lotad is actually just vibing. I love that. Mental herb. Space. God, I love this game. What's Metal Herb? Snaps Pokemon out of a move binding effect? Oh, wow. I can give it back to you. Oh wait, I'm not intending to
Hello and welcome.
the furry www123. Hey, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. I'm gonna deposit these two. Even though Lotad is just vibing, I'm still gonna deposit them. This ROM pack is great. So level 60505 should be good enough. With my bug Pokemon, I have my boring. I have my boring. Oh, my hand tracking stops working again. God damn it. It's on my end. This happens too much. There we go. That's not a bug type Pokemon. Alright, how do you fare against front? Ooh, okay. Hi again, Foofy. Welcome. I'm safe. Kobold is safe from the storm. Nice, look at Gold Bird. Snova? Let me try Angie, how about that? This Pokemon's orb must be orb type? Yeah, probably. How's you? Did you eat the thunder? I didn't, but thunder was very scary. Kobold was scared. A Kobold is fine now though. Oh, angry! Oh my god, that was it times 4? There has to be times 4. Ow. Damn, I know all the types in this game. It's crazy. We've seen space type and vibe type. And we have fluffy and boring. This is boring type. Magic, Angie, and fluffy type. The Sandtrade is OP, by the way. I'm only level 5 and Sandtrade has a move. Lowers attack, right? The user fluffs its fur to seem larger, lowers attack. What they didn't mention is that it harshly lowers the attack. Harshly! It's -3. It's so good. Oh, hi. Hi, Wolf. Hi again. Hope you are doing good. And sorry about the sudden, you know. Check out my puff up. Ooh, branch. Teddy Tumble. Don't flinch. Don't flinch. That's a crit. Go, Teddy Tumble. Live sans survive. Okay, no, I cannot survive this. I have to go with my gentry dog. Alright, go Angie! Nice. It's a real Angie? Nice. Cree Noodle, yeah, Qingling. I found this centered early, so I'm very happy about it. We're gonna have Noodle. Qingling is SP attack, right? I'm gonna go back to Gentry Dog. Oh, thank God, I switched up. Oh. No, don't wrap me. Oh my God. I'm angry. I'm angry. Oh no, Gentry Dog is gonna die. Keep building that rage, keep building that rage. You have a chance. I cannot switch Pokemon. Oh wait. I got to... Nice. I was playing in Twitch Plays Pokemon once in Gen 2. Oh, I'm not too sure what that is, but that sounds like a significant thing. And chat worked together to name the shiny Gyarados Spicy Noodle. Good. We love Spicy Noodle. There, it's not 51 anymore. Oh, I can plant a berry here. You cannot plant a berry in Run and Bun. I want to train Centred. First... Go, Fluffy! Puff up. Now you have no damage. Is Fluffy afraid of Fluffy? Teddy Tumble! Okay, Fluffy is not afraid of Fluffy. What types of the Pokemon you have? Okay. We have... Noodle is... just show you. Normal Fluffy. Fire Magic for Fennekin. Inky for Poochyena. And Boring Flying for... Bidoof. Or Goldberg. Boring! So sad. Anki. Anki type's my favorite one. Darumaka? You are definitely... Tag. I'm gonna puff up. Oh, shit. Oh! Oh, they removed the red life noise. Wait, you're fire. Oh, you're dead. Oh no, I'm sorry. Oh, it's because of magic? Are you afraid of magic? Eldritch Blast! Ooh, that hurts. You're a fire type, Scratch. Okay, normal. Go, boring, but go, but no more beep boop. Yeah, I mean the beep boop is cool, but it is kind of annoying. What is bubble? Why is bubble OP in this game? Everyone's afraid of bubble. Got him. Maybe it's afraid of boring. It's afraid of bubble because bubble is a fun type move. Maybe would be my guess. You know, would be my guess. It's afraid of fluffy type. Angie is afraid of so many types. Angie is afraid of fire, flying, Angie, and now Fluffy. And poor Chiena. Got him. Ooh, quick attack. Negates the force effort to heighten evasiveness. Oh, if they are using agility, I could use this one. But I think Puff Up is good enough. And quick attack is good to finish off some Pokemon, I feel like, in some situations. Yeah, let's change our foresight. I want to see what else Pokemon we have here. Oh, oops, I pressed the wrong button. Sorry. Maybe there's no new Pokemon here anymore? How about this patch of grass? We found rats already? Oh no. Wow, there's so many rats. Okay, I don't think there's Gentry Dog patch. Gentry Dog is getting bullied in this game. Not even enough money to buy 10 Pokeballs. Yeah. Pick another one, sent to the storage yet. Hi, Papa! We're gonna skip this one real quick, okay? Alright. What happened? I don't know. Macro. Macro is a Pokemon now. Oh, this is a traveling room. Okay. We already healed, right? Yeah. And then we're gonna get stalked. So it's the same. And then this is Wally's house. Okay. I just want to talk to everyone just in case there's something that I can get. Ooh. Click top. This is a Gen 4 bug, right? Puff up. Sharp type. Oh! I'm dead. Help. I'm gonna puff up. I'm gonna puff up again. So that the bite doesn't hurt. Oh! Okay. That was sick. That was scary. Did he tumble? Why do you keep using... I mean, I guess you only have bite. One more time. And then I think we can capture it. If this doesn't capture, Noodle's dead. Good. Tuck, tuck. Shakes its head back to front, causing an antennae to hit each other and sound like a xylophone. These sounds are 4 hallmarks. Oh. You are a noisy bug. Noisy bug. Oh, I forgot to check what type it is. Oh, I should run away. But song. Song. Yeah, ground and bite. Of course, that makes sense. Maybe Gentry Dog can excel here. Maybe Angry... Oh, I want to switch it. Oh! I'm Angie! Rage! Electricity powers... Oh, okay. Do you only have mud sport? I think you only have mud sport. That's kind of sad. Your sole purpose of living is to stand up for mud sport. Gravy lives in holes and dug into beaches. On sandy shores with little in the way of food, they can be seen squabbling with each other over territory. Oh. Noisy bird. Are you afraid of Anki? I don't remember. I'm afraid of flying. I think? Eldritch Blast. Whoa, Eldritch Blast! It's raining, but it's not storming. It's just a little rain. So that's good. Yeah, bait is really strong. Oh no, I'm not a trainer, but that's right, if trainers lock ice, this is a challenge to battle. If you don't want to battle, stay off this side. Okay. Thanks. Oh no, I don't know how to stay off this side. Leaving footprints in the sand is so fun. Oh fuck. Oh, actually, yeah, holy shit. The last time I went to a beach, I was just looking at my own footprints. It's fun. It really is. I like it. Oh, there's Drippy. I need Drippy. Ow, ow, ow. Oh yeah, I'm not dark type anymore. I'm Angie type. Ow. Yeah. Oh. Oh, oh, Angie is not real normal type. Okay. We need to check out where to catch GP. That's why we have a Pokédex. Hopefully, hopefully it's not too far. Oh, nice. C-Dot. C-Dot, we're gonna go Drippy. Drippy is so adorable. Dragapult with two bebe is the cutest thing ever. Why do you look different? Why do you look like you went through trauma? Yep, the oh nice. The fundamentals are still there. Oh. What? I got say my runners, they're all greedy. That's also the unfortunate part of it. Oh yeah, Pokédex. What's that? Oh, Horsey, okay. Dino? Oh yeah, we have Dino. Oh, that's too far. Oh, Drippy. No, what? That was so far. Oh, fine. Guess I can only get them late game. I love healing every battle. Makes me feel safe. Also, that's unfortunate. The sea, huh? I wonder what's like at the bottom of the sea. Time to eat all the candies and rushing to Drippy. Nona, Nona. I still want to experience this game without using the infinite candy. Yeah, you better don't get your Magikarp, Hydro Pump, and Bounce anymore, okay? I don't think you're gonna get Magikarp, no? Yeah, because the ROM hack mentioned that all trainer battles are randomized. You're gonna miss. You're gonna miss. You are going to miss. No! God damn it! No! My Sando Ataku! Hey yo, that's so scary. What the fuck is that? Oh. Oh, you don't like Angie? I'm getting angrier. The infinite candy to catch up is nice, and grinding secondary Pokemon has always seemed a pain. Yeah, true. Ah. Yeah. No! I'm disabled no more. Rage! Oh, thank goodness. Thank you, Stand Attack. Yeah. Let's go! What the? What the? Oh yeah, no one's here yet. Should we plant a berry? fish for a sandwich. Sandwich. We must have invaded her meat. Solega wa sadame. Ooh. You look very physical. How are you faster than a fucking centrid? God damn. Did he tumble? Yeah. Not afraid of Fluffy? How about Sharp? Oh, how about Quick Attack? Oh my god! Oh hell yeah. Got him. With a quick attack. Oh my! 1400 is yours! Thanks for the money. I'm gonna go buy Pokeballs real quick. I'm gonna run. Because the bite is too scary. Balls with arms and legs is fast? Apparently. Do people ever use these? X speed, X tech. I don't think I've seen anyone use that. A free escape rope, thank you. Oh, sold out? Okay, fair. Thanks for the free escape rope. That is genuinely nice. A free item? Wow. The same? I'm gonna bring bait here. No, I lock onto yours, not you lock onto me. Oh my god, what's happening? No, don't blow up, Jester. Scratchu! Oh my god, Sharp is OP! So many things I'm afraid of Sharp. Don't do it. Eldritch Blast. Oh my god, I know this game. Holy shit, I'm the master of too many types. Binacle? Eldritch Blast. Okay. Oh, Phoebus, wow. I love Milotic. Scratch? Nice. Alright, what Pokemon do we have here? Ooh, Cottony? I don't know if it can handle a scratch, to be honest. Are you afraid of Sharp? You're a Cotton. can cotton negate the sharpness of a thing? It can, right? So it should be not effective against Fluffy? Wait, no, it's not Fluffy. Are you caught? No! Oh, okay, okay, okay. Sharp is too OP. What? Why are you so hard to catch? Do you need a premium ball? I'll try again. Nice thing. When it finds something of its kind, they all stick together. When enough of them have collected, the mess resembles a cumulonimbus. Tiger Moon? Tiger raid? I've been raided by a tiger. Hello. Welcome. General Waddles, hi. What were you playing? Visit Tundra, hi. Here, let me do this real quick. I've been raided, oh my god.
Hello. And welcome.
Ice the Nova Beast, hey, thank you. Oh, you're playing Skyrim? Oh, I love Skyrim, but I have too many mods that I cannot stream the game anymore. Hi, welcome in. I hope you had fun with Skyrim. I'm too tired to stink raid. You stink raid? But if you're tired, rest is good, right? Rest good. So thanks for the raid. Also, welcome in everyone. I'm Tylra. I'm a couple. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits, and I sometimes do art on Monday. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Stinky raid. Alright, we're gonna name this. Cotton. That's original. General Waddles, thank you. Thank you. I need to go eat soon too. Sorry to rain and run, but you have a wonderful day. Love your voice. Thank you. And also hope you have a good sleep. Appreciate the rain. Oh, appreciate the rain from Tiger Moon as well. Thank you. Cotton. Very original name. Alright, what's your type? So welcome to Pokemon Too Many Types, where there's 50 plus types and a lot more new moves, alright? We have an Eldritch Blast, that says a lot about the game. Fennekin is magic type, a fire magic, and Scratch is now sharp type. And we have normal Fluffy, Angie, boring flying. Oh, you're Fluffy! Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, there's a lot of new things here. No, not you again. Get up. No. There's gonna be an encounter here, right? No. I'm gonna bring in Noodle. Relearn? Whoa, that's so nice. Yes. Hi? No one to be found. Hello, if you see any Pokemon called Shroomisher, really love that Pokemon. I was going to ambush you, but you had to dawdle in Petalbrook Woods. Aye. Ooh, we love this banger of music. Hey yo. Go, OP move. Puff up. Oh shit, I'm dead. The water move is so good. Excuse me. Teddy Tumble. No. My attacker. And it's also harshly fell. Oh no. Oh, you're afraid of Fluffy? Don't water gun. Draining Kiss. Ow. Water makes Fluffy not Fluffy. Oh, you're right. That actually makes a little sense. Yeah, true, true. Would water quell Anki? Would a kiss make Anki not Anki? Oh, yep, okay. Up, 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 up. I'm testing everything. Oh. I'm not using attack. I think this is fine. Great. Super lucky? Aww. Please don't be afraid of Draining Kiss. They crit! I have super lucky! What is this? Oh my god. Don't do this to me, game. Ow. One more try. Come on, Crit. You got this gold burp. Crit. Crit this bitch. Oh! Come on. Alright, at least we win. There's one tough love this to deal with. Now you crit! It's stupid! No wonder you're boring! God damn it! Oh, nice. That's a lot of EXP. Oh my god, that's a lot of EXP points. Yeah, you're way tougher, holy shit. You're not even a dragon, how can you just grr like that? No paper. Great ball. Thank you. It's a crisis. My team is pretty tired. No, I shouldn't be avoiding fights. It's not like me. It's not like me to avoid fights. Fluffy should be afraid of fire. Yeah. bait scratch. Here, let me scratch you and see how it looks. Oh, okay, it's not that bad. Should the opposing tip on crit? Oh wow! I mean, fair enough. Eldritch Blast. What type would you be? Would you be Dream type? Oh, he's not afraid of fire, okay. Oh, I didn't check what Krabby's type is. Eldritch Blast. Got him. Damn, bait is strong. Bait is just stomping everyone. Crab type? Probably. I like filling my mouth with seeds, then spitting them out fast. Oh, bullet seed! Okay, okay. I don't know if this is good. Alright, what Pokemon do we have here? Oh! Scratchoo! Don't die! Oh! No! Why are you afraid of sharp? What is this? God damn it! No! Everything is afraid of sharp! I should just done Ember, of course! I need an Angie poop. Mr. Blue Balls. Alright, let's try Ember. Let's try the Ember Mr. Blue Balls. Oh my god. Oh! Is that your usual shades of blue? Oh, are you shiny? Okay, okay, we can slowly grind it down with Ember. Don't burn. I just realized. Oh. Don't do it! Oh. Itch. Ball? What if this actually like orb type? Yay! Not with the orb type Pokemon. I mean that's feel, so probably. Its body is covered with water-repellent fur. Oh, because of the fur, it can swim through water at high speed without being slowed by the water's resistance. Or Blue Orb. Blue Orb. You're Blue Orb. Oh, gender. What's a gender type? Are you like non-binary? That's why you're gender? Oh my god, cool, hell yeah. Woke content in in my Pokemon Emerald? I'll take it. Gender type. Oh. Okay, it's not afraid of scratch. Oh, maybe. Where's the Azurill? I want to see what Azurill is. There it is. Okay. Don't scratch it. Ember it instead, alright? What the fuck? You're telling me a fucking water type is afraid of Ember? What the fuck? God damn it! I'm sorry. No. God damn it. Okay. What do we do? What's the plan here? Change. Rage is very soft, right? I don't think Rage is gonna kill. Did I go SE? Yep, that was super effective. With Ember. You. Oh. What type are you? Why are you afraid of everything? Oh, okay. What the hell? This game is great. Milk. Oh hey, overload the protogen. Hi. I mean, where do you have a blue orb? Baby orb?
Hey, hello. Remember
Greg?
to open up the subtitle, huh? Thank you.
Peekaboo! Luciana?
Hello.
An awesome... Wait. An awesome duck. Hi.
Oh my god, can you stop simping?
There's nothing that I can sim for. There's no dragon here. Peekaboo it is. I mean, Greg... I need to find a very, very nice goo. Hi, hope you're doing good. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. What's it again? Peekaboo. Alright. I want... Case sensitive. Actually, just... yeah. Oh, it's in the box. Crap, I cannot see what type it is. Are you gonna fight? Oh, you do? Okay. I have no money. God damn, give me some of that money. Oh. Eldritch Blast. I might have turned down a little bit too much. Well, thanks for the 30 gems. Yeah, I might have turned it down a little bit too much. But hey. One reset attack sound. I think it's... I don't want it to be way too loud too, so I think that's kind of okay. We need big sound? No. I feel like we need less big sound now. I used to think big sound funny, but now I feel like big sound is kind of annoying. In normal game before fairy type, Azure is only normal type. Oh! Okay, got it. Are you like another rich person? Maybe not. Too baby to be water. More happily? You're gonna get cooked. We're gonna get scrambled egg. So from soft boiled to scrambled. Are you not? Did you endure? Oh, it's afraid of sharp. Everything is afraid of sharp. I don't know why. Everyone is too weak to fight. Everything is afraid of sharp. Thanks for the money. Alright, it's a double battle. Yeah, that's fine. We are twins, so we battle Pokemon together. Double battle. Oh, oops. Two water types. Eldritch Blast. You're gonna puff up Whistle. Slowpoke is kinda cute, especially that cry, that cry noise. Or you hear that? Kinda cute. I like it. Eldritch Blast. You're gonna teddy tumble. Oh, nice. Oh no. Okay, that's fine. Ooh, nice. Wait. Oh, that's Teddy Tumble? Ooh, that's kinda cool. You're gonna try to Ember this. You're gonna try to scrap. Actually, quick attack this one. Oh. Nice. What? You're not afraid of... Wait. How is that not very effective? Thanks for the money, kid. You think I'll feel bad, but I got money. Lepa. Lepa. There we go. I think this is a fight too, right? Yeah. Why keep it a secret? I'm the water Pokemon expert. You don't know me? Yeah, I don't know you. I can't wait to see more types of Pokemon. Ooh. Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast. Oh! You're not afraid of magic? Oh. Bye bye? Did they just... Oh, they just wasted a turn like that. Oh my god. Ember. Burn that back. What? Ow! Oh, we found something that's not... That's not weak against sharp anymore. Yay. Ooh, that hurt. Slowpoke. Let's get Noodle in. Teddy Tumble. What? Why are you afraid of Fluffy? Alright, got him. The stronger for waffles. Hey, look like it's a waffle Dirk. Oh my god, we have a Dirk. Hiruram-kan. Hey. Oh my god, we have more Dirk. Thanks for the follow, Waffles. Look out, it's Waffle Dirk. Oh my god, hi. Shiro Wolf, Weird Tip, hi. And then we have like Poltergeist host in library. Yotabai, hi. Hello everyone, welcome. Oh my god, I always have a special place for Dragon. Disco Edition, ooh, how was it? Also Dragon, We got so many Dirks, oh my god. Well, no question asked, followed immediately because Dragon. Also, welcome in everyone. I'm Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits, so that's why. And I do art on some Mondays. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. How was Disco Elysium? I hope that was fun. And also, welcome to Pokemon Too Many Types. This might look like a normal Pokemon Emerald, but it's not. Here, let me show you. So, seeing a Fennekin on Pokemon Emerald might be already weird, right? You have Fire Magic type, you have normal Fluffy type, you have Angry type, you have Boring Flying type, you have a Fluffy type, and a Gender type. I don't know what Gender type is, but hey. So according to the trailer, Pokemon Too Many Types has 50 plus types and a lot more new moves as well. As in, I have an Eldritch Blast. So there you go, right? I love this one, it's so fun. Oh, Cobalt, sorry. No, it's all good, don't worry, don't worry. It's okay, don't worry. It was a chaotic stream. I mean, a bit of a chaos, it's always nice. I'm a kobold, I like chaos. This code was a lot of things. We exercised a curse and got money. Eldritch Blast. And not even earned money, just got money. And gamer type, I actually don't know what type would I be. I hope there's like a scaly type. Are you gonna heal? Are you gonna heal? Also, I'm glad you had fun. It sounds like you had fun with Disco Elysium, and I'm glad. But of course, if you need any like post-stream care and stuff, and definitely go do them. Very important, right? Post-stream care, very important. Get some food, get some drink, get some rest. If it's the one I saw once, then there's probably a furry type. I think I saw it from the trailer. Yeah, there's a furry type. Haven't seen one yet, but I think soon. I love the Anki type so much. The Anki type. It's so good. I worry alert because it's real late and my energy dipped below zero a solid 40 minutes ago. Oh, yeah, go get rest. Very important. And thanks for the rate and thanks for the follow as well. Thank you. I hope the rest of the stream is good. Oh yeah, definitely. Thank you. I'm having a lot of fun here. This is a treat. Originality. Pikachu? With a Pikachu, okay. By giving the name Pikachu to Pikachu, is this pointless? It's not pointless, come on, nicknames mean something to me, okay? We have Bait, Noodle, Gentry, Dog, and Goldberg. Come on. Oh, it's you. It's the Stalker. Pokemon Battle Expert. Are you trainer too? You should do is have a Pokemon learn to move cut. Someone in this town has cut. I guess that helps. Hi. I cannot move. Students who don't study get a little taste of my Quick Claw. Whether or not you're a good student will be evident from the way you use this item. What does it do again? Is it like have a chance to move first despite being slower? Hold that occasionally allows the first strike. Yeah. Alright, who's slow as fuck? Noodle is fast, right? Everyone here is like relatively fast, I feel like. I'll give it to Gentry Dog. Okay. Thanks for the Quick Claw. Oh. Oh, thank you. So we still need HM slaves in this game, I think. Alright, so we need to go beat up the gym before we can use cut. Can anyone give me free items? Oh my god, look at the Amala plushie! This is definitely my favorite. Trico plushie? Oh my god, I want that plushie. Have you ever babysat? Oh. Do you know a funny word or phrase? Tell you the word. Oh. I mean, I'm a kobold. So... This is very important stuff, okay? Like, if you don't do this, why are you doing? Simp Dragons, very important, okay? Give it a try, okay? Simp Dragons. She does smile, maybe water is one serious shot. God damn! Well, I don't know what to say to you. Pizza Man, hi! Fish for pizza? Oh, you guys made running shoes? Wow. Only authorized people? And funny metal tubes? I mean, they're not pizza. I could probably eat that. Anal riff for a rolls. What's an anal riff again? I have rats. If you're a rat, I can give you my rat. Let me go get my rat for you. At least I know routes is like not as rare, so no problem. Here, rat. Alright, give me the Anorith. You think it was a mistake? I mean, unless you're a kobold, then you can eat that funny metal tube. Bye bye, rat. Kobe, bye bye, rat. Oh wait, that's Anorith? Oh my god! Pocky? Okay, fine. Take good care of Pocky. Please be good to my Pokemon. Oh, what are you holding? Oh, Chestoberry, wow. Sharp Ancient Bug. So there's a possibility that my... There's a possibility that will be times 6 damage? What the fuck? So... Hey, shut the fuck up, why is that sus move? God, I love this game. Why are you sus? You're just hardened. Oh, hardened. Oh, okay, okay. I see why it's sus. Ah. Okay, let's use this one. Oh, nice. I think we get a level everyone to level 10. Fury Kata. Is it the 2 to 5 attacks? Oh no, it's the spam move. Sharp sus. What? Why is there a sus type move? There's a sus type Pokemon? I mean, a mongoose is probably gonna be a sus type Pokemon. I don't think I want Fury Kata. I think that's fine. Yeah. Nice. Engie. I love the design of the types. Yeah. Engie. I wouldn't trust a sus type Pokemon. Oh, thank goodness Anorith is not a sus type Pokemon. It's just hardened being sus. Can we go gym immediately? I don't remember. I didn't say shit. Is the user of rock an ancient type Pokemon? What? The ancient type is durable, but it can monkey type. Shit. Oh, there's a monkey type. And oh, we have sharp type move. Okay, don't worry. Alright, thanks for that. Thanks for that. There's no monkey type. I can't. This game is perfect. Alright, do you like sharp type? Okay, I guess you're not ancient type. Oh. Eldritch Blast. Oh, let's go, Eldritch Blast. Ancient type describes me pretty well. I want to be an EP type. I'm always EP. Even if I drink coffee, I'll still feel EP. I'm an EP Anki type kobold. Oh, I don't want a double battle. Sand attack. Hee. Oh, let's go. One more sand attack for good measure. Oh, heck yeah. No fake tears for you. Now we eat. Delicious. Harshly fell? Can you flinch? Oh, quick claw, let's go. Flinch, flinch. No flinch.
Hello.
Huh? I'm gonna be green type, it would be super cool. It kinda does. Really husky. Thank you. Welcome. Hope you're doing it. Flinch. Wait, gonna bar. No flinch one, huh? My SP defense is non-existent. Oh, thanks for the pen. Geodude? Well, we know what Geodude is afraid of. Magic type. Get him, Geodude. Sorry, get him, bait. Send them an Eldritch Blast. Hubba hubba boom. Got him. My rock Pokemon needs room to rampage. Not ancient. I don't have monkey type. Oh hell yeah, quick claw. We love quick claw. Oh, quick claw. One more. Ow. That hurt. Holy shit. Are you afraid of Anki type? Oh. Oh, you're not afraid of Anki? Okay. You're ancient type, so sharp type wins, right? The sand attack is kind of sad too. Oh, there we go. Scratchoo! That thing is fast. Got him. It doesn't hurt though. Nice. Ooh. Easy. Rock Ruff. I think, yeah, Noodle is fine. We have the OP Puff Up. Ow. No attack for you. One more for good measure. -6 attack. Lady Tumble. Nothing hurts, hell yeah. Puff up is too good sometimes. Nice, thanks for the money. I kinda want to spend all my money to buy Pokeball. Just in case I lost, then I wouldn't lose too much money. Yeah, let's do that. Lopeng, give me some Pokeball. Thank you. I got a bunch of balls. A big fish? Hopefully. Can we get a chicken nugget as well? That's not chicken nugget. Fish with mouth. Hello, I am Roxanne. Are you battling with which Pokemon? Ooh, I forgot about the gym leader music. Let's go. Sand attack. Thank you, Quick Claw. One more. Nice, nice. Can we send Angie? Nice! Angie type OP, let's go! I'm Angie? Oh my god, the sand attack is doing so much work. How many potions do you have? Oh! Oh! I didn't know the matchup? Shit. It's an attack. Fish up a legendary because I want one. That is actually a legendary! Oh my god! Good stuff, good stuff. Ooh, whale. Ow! Holy shit! That really hurt. Oh wait, you're acid. You don't do SP attack. Fossilize? Oh my god, nothing hurts. Help. Oh, do you like sharp type? Nice! It doesn't do anything? No! I'm fluffy! Oh, okay, it doesn't hurt. I get what I want, and it's new. It is very new. That was some good stuff. Ow! That must have been a very low accuracy move. Is that sus type? I actually don't know. I mean, it has tentacles. Probably. Geodude? I mean, I have sharp move. Scratch who? What? Help. Ow! What move do you have? Scratch, harden, mud, sport, water gun. Well, you would do. Water gun. We love water gun. Oh yeah, trader Pokemon gets a boosted EXP. Baltoy. I think Baltoy is afraid of water as well. Well, base game wise anyway. This might change. Ow! Oh my god. Oh shit, I might lose this one. Go, my boring type Pokemon. Boost. How fast are you? Oh no! Everything hurts! Help! Goose! Oh no, this is... Oh, this is so bad! Oh no! I'm fire type, I'm dead. Bait is doomed! Help me, Bait! Hit them with the Eldritch Blast! Or... Oh shit! I survived. Come on, you can do it. Oh, no! No! We lost! Thank God we buy everything already. Eldritch Blast! No! Ow. I paid 104. My money! How dare they take Kobold's money, huh? Actually, there's like a part here that I can explore, right? We can train here a little bit and maybe see what Pokemon we have here. Repel. My bug Pokemon are tough. I don't believe ya. Send attack. I'm so fast. I am Mega Speed. One more? Oh no. No. But I'm angry. I'm angry. Get him. Oh. Bite. That's a crit? Wow. Oh no, my accuracy! I'm at such a disadvantage here now. Please hit. If this doesn't hit, I'm dead. Oh, thank you! Central? Go Pokey! What the gun? We got him. Excuse-moi, aren't I ancient type? We got him. Fish using merp. Everyone's using merp to fish. I hope there's Salazar in this game as well. Salazar is Gen 7? Is it? Ow! Fuck! Ow! Ow! Yeah? Have we got any Gen 7 Pokemon? I don't remember. There's a lot of Gen 6 Pokemon I've seen. Yeah, then there's a chance. Oh, ah! What do you mean now? Sharp is OP! God damn it! Ember. Why am I trying to Ember? Eldritch Blast. Got him. Right, let's go heal up and then we're gonna check out what Pokemon is there. Who knows if there might be Salandit in here. Bait 2! We found Bait 2! Oh. Oh, you're fluffy. Oh my god! Please don't roll again, I beg. Ow, ow, ow! I gotta try capturing it. No. Maybe one more gust? Oh, did they remove Roar? Roar... I think they removed Roar by wild Pokemon, which is very nice, honestly. We need a Firestone for Vulpix, right? Oh, fast! It can freely control fire, making fiery orbs fly like will-o'-the-wisps. Just before evolution, its 6 tails grow hot as if on fire. I mean, that's original. Me too. We left Bait 2. Alright, what else, what else? Oh. Engie? Oh. Bite? Ooh, ooh. God damn it! I was trying to capture it. Fire Fluffy. It was not even super effective though. Bite? Oh, wow. Is it your bite that's so strong? Oh my god. Gentry dog is a really strong bite. Okay, how about if we bite first thing? Okay. Capture Pokemon. You might know. Or not. Don't resist now. Nice too. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yep. Hi, Akabor. It cries echo and jet plane in volume. It inhales through its ear canals. Because of its system, it can cry continually without having to catch its breath. Ooh, wait, that's actually kind of clever. Your base. How bad do we get Anchor board? So we have Bait 2 and Whimsir. Bait 2 base. I wonder if there's any more Pokemon around here. Let's try a different patch of grass. More Yin? Angie is afraid of fire. Angie is afraid of fire. Ooh. Oh, you raise the speed. Change out the howl, I guess. I can always read the move, so it's fine. Come on, what else do we have? Oh! Quick attack. How are you afraid of normal type? I was thinking normal type is not. No. God damn it! I want the voodoo. Ooh, stinky. Don't tell me you're afraid of normal type as well. Okay, thank you. I'm afraid of... Shut up. Ow, ow. I have to do it. God damn it, I have to sacrifice this one. Or not, okay, thank you. But Screech is extra scary though. Nice. It protects itself by spraying a nurse curling stinky fluid from its rear to repel attackers. The stench lingers for 24 hours. God damn, truly a stink. Stinky. No, no, whoa, don't sniff, it's stinky. Oh wow. Give me Voodoo. I need the Voodoo. Uh-oh. I might be dead here. Okay, we win. Lucky. Might as well grind, right? Here we go, okay. I don't know what to do. Do we water it? I mean, it's not gonna be a fair water type, that's for sure. Don't die. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a loafing around. Did I just use scratch? That was a misinput. No, I'm so stupid. No. Okay. Do it slowly, okay? Do it slowly. Were you loafing around? Why are you loafing around? What is that yours? Ability? No? No critical hit? I think it's because I don't have a gym badge here. So it doesn't respect me as a trainer. Hey, walao eh. Okay, we might be able to capture it. Come on. God damn it. Gimme. Thank you. Over the winter it causes its butt. Oh, we already caught we caught this one in Pokemon Run and Bun, so it's the same thing. I actually don't really have a nickname for you. Dream? Oh, I should call it Dream. We need to find a nickname changer. Anyone know where the nickname changer is in this game? I kinda don't want the dove. Oh, it's raining again. But it's a small rain. Oh, they changed the sprite. Look at it. Oh my god, that's so cute. I like it. Ow, ow, ow. Holy shit. Ow. Okay, I'm changing. Oh my god. Go bird. Oh, thank goodness. Boost. Right, of course. you're a flying type. Big attack. Nice too. I actually don't know if there's gonna be more Pokemon here. Yeah, I feel like it's just these guys. Bite this stinky. Bite this stinky. Oh, was it rough skin? Oh my god. skip too fast. Also, we need to give some candies for bait too. Ah, hi Swift. Oh my god. No Salazar, no Dragonite? Wait, you checked? Baby type? Oh my god. No, there's no Salazar Dragonite! I cannot believe it. This game sucks. How bad do you get Swift? Welcome. I mean, we have a baby type move now. Oh. Oh. Titty tumble. Aha. Ooh, titty tumble. Salmon. Oh my god, perfect. Yeah. I was wondering if you guys can hear the thunder just now before I ended, because it was genuinely terrifying. Okay. Baby, baby. That's not baby. What? I gave them attack? And I gave them defense? Nice. Why is your Poppy's called Bait too? Ain't it by a cute furry? I don't have that much space. And we have Bait 1 and now we have Bait 2. Contrary ability reverses the status effect. Oh, you mean in K? Yeah, lowers the full attack. Oh, ooh, okay. Don't you baggy damn it me. Hi, Bari. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Oh, I see why it's bait now. I see. Impedim. Boost. Huh? Dang it. Oh. What? I do nothing and then... Oh, wow. Is that an ability? No, my ability is... Super luck. Is it because I'm boring? I don't know. Oh, yay. Quick attack. Ooh, nice. Bricky Butt is important. Wait, is Bricky Butt 10k bits? Yeah, it's possible to have like 3 types. I would have a sus type here. I think I have Bricky Butt. Oh, I don't have Bricky Butt, but I have this. I mean, it's close, right? Will rock you hard? Hey yo. Only a dragon can say that to me, goddamn. You're not a dragon, how can you say that to me? More drippy? No. Speed defense. We're baby can dragon, yeah. I don't want to bring in Poki because Poki doesn't listen. Alright, check this shit out. Eldritch Blast! Ow! Eldritch Blast! Got him! Burn! Tylra, tell you not biased? I'm not! I am dead. I am so neutral, it's insane. Even I shock myself sometimes. Me biased towards dragons? Not real, fake news. Lies, slander. Oh my god, Mozino! I want milk. Oh my god, Mozino milk. And a bunch of buckets. No.
Why you bullying me?
Hi, Evie. Oh, dang it. Oh, did it not? Man, my chair is so noisy. Oh my god, my chair is actually so noisy. Alright, let's go back and heal. Oh. I'm still blapping. It's important. I need to blap. Press the goddamn 5. Which one? What 5? Drink. I already did. I don't want Poki. On the numpad? 5 does something? I pressed it. Nothing happened. But why? Oh yeah, 8 it is. 8 is to hide. And 9 is to reappear. You have a Mareep? Do I have a Mareep? I don't have Mareep. It's Cottony. It's Cottony, it's not Mareep. Jake are very small. Burn! We can fight this one, right? There's like a bunch of fights here. Baby. Baby doll eyes. Oh. Did you tumble? Yeah. Pokeball. A hammer? A hammer may be able to smash her. Are we not using rock smash anymore? Are we using hammer? Isn't there like an item here? Oh, on this rock? No? Okay. Ta-da! Oh my god, it's a plushie! Oh my god. Sorry. Oh! Oh, they removed the poison, okay. I would prefer a Tylra plushie. I mean, I do have a emote of it. Thanks again, Perry. This one. It's a nice looking plushie. I kinda like it too. A scratch that I like it so heckin' much. Alright, who do we have? We have Joe Dude. Lead Joe Dude, and I think I can just like Gentry Dog that one. How much money do I have? Not enough to buy 10 Pokeballs though. It's okay, let's fight. Sando attack! Get him! Haha, that's right. Another one!
Plowpush plural place plow please plus slash lslsl slash pla tyltl plus slash tilla t plug the Tylra merchandise tillet plush tillet plush tillet plush tillet plush.
Plush Tylra, plush Tylra. Plush Tylra. I changed the voice for the TTS. No, I didn't miss. Ah. Bye bye now. Baby doll eyes. Baby. That's a very scary baby doll eyes. Oh, ow, collar. Titty tumble. That did nothing. No, I messed up. I cannot let Gentry Dog die immediately. Gentry Dog is the only one that can go against Geodude. And everyone is afraid of rock type here. This is bad. the new Gentry Dog. The super luck is not super luck, alright? The super luck is for the opponent. This bird never crits. Oh, there we go. Oh! I'm dead. I'm not dead. No! Ayo! It's so unlucky, this one. Titty Temple. It's so unfortunate. I lost this one. Oh, Eldritch Brush works as well. That flinches! Oh no! Damn. Alright, let's play again. I was kind of bad with my decision making just now. And now we know Geodude is afraid of Eldritch Blast as well, so we can make use of that knowledge. I would snuggle the heck out of this Tylra plushie. Honestly, I would snuggle the heck... Chicken Nuggy! I would snuggle the heck out of my own plushie as well. I mean, the Kobo plushie. Nice. Not nice. Shit. I think... Please, Quick Claw. Thank you, Quick Claw. Oh my god. Let's go. Lily is the weird one, right? I think I try Ember that thing to death. Ember. Oh, nice! So are you grass type? I'm dead. Ow, 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 ow. God damn, there's a crit. I never really crit. You better crit the shit. Oh, no. Oh, wait, quick attack. Oh, god damn it. Oh, you're afraid of normal hit? Oh, wait, I used the wrong move. Oops, that's on me. Oopsies, oopsies. Oopsies, poopsies. That's just me being dumb. No, no. Ember, there we go. Alright. We're betting it all on Eldritch Blast. I'm faster now? Hell yeah. Woo. Yeah, they're gonna be faster now. Let me see if I can get a few sand attacks in. No! Oh, okay, okay. I'm just gonna keep sand attacking this thing. Quick claw? No quick claw! Okay, we got one sand attack in. Hopefully that can help me win. Nice, nice. We're gonna chip it away. Okay, all good, all good. No! God damn it! I'm so bad! Oh my god, I'm so terrible! What the fuck? I'm gonna cheat, I'm gonna cheat. Fuck this. Level 15, everyone. No, we don't need all the sleuth. Alright, I'm here to have a good time and not here to like challenge myself. Level 15, everyone, thank you very much. What the f- File W9? What the hell is a file W9? Oh, Leah is ugly! A demoralizing form that sharply lowers attack. Okay. Truly demoralizing, huh? Oh, air cutter. Ooh, high critical hit ratio. I want to change out Leah. Fury swipes. What is that? What, guys? I don't understand. I don't know what it is, guys. The guys. Alright, let's change out quick attack. The guys type at the best. Damn, definitely. Cannot believe I didn't know about the guys type until now. Shit. I'm so late to the party. Oh my god, Noodle! Oh, you're level 15 evolve! Oh my god, Noodle! Noodle! Oh my god! Look at this little shit! Oh my god, he woke! He woke! We love Noodle! Relaxes the body and sharply boosts speed. Do we need this? I mean, not really, I guess. Oh my god, eat ferret! Oh my god! Eat the warm noodle! We left the warm noodle. Confused Ray. Oh, wait, that's huge! Rushes down the target with fluffy abandon. Oh, this is guaranteed first turn. But I think I want Confused Charlie. Oh, Puffer? Ooh, fire spin, wow. It traps the foe in the ring of fire for 4 to 5 turns. Question. What is Rock Tomb damage type? Is it like SP attack or is it attack? Because I've been thinking that Rock Tomb and Fossilize is an SP attack. So that's why I didn't do Puff Up. Only one way to find out, I guess. We're gonna lead with someone else. We're gonna lead with... the guys. The guys, oh my god. Let's lead with Ferret. Let's lead with Noodle. It stopped thundering about a few hours ago, yeah. I feel safer now. Alright, let's hope this works. Puff up. It's an attack! Oh my god, it's a physical attack! You are dead, buddy. Is it? The guys? The guys is so good. 3 4 5? Oh, the guys, come on, you were so close. You think it's gonna use you think Roxanne's gonna use potion? I think they're gonna use potion, so I can use Fury Swipes again. Yeah, look at that. I learned. No! The guys, come on! More potion? You really want your Geodude to survive though. God damn it! Hello? Now it doesn't hurt, god damn it. Gym Leader cheating. Gym Leader's getting so lucky, god damn it. I'm still faster than Geodude after all that speed lost. One more! Thank you! Let's go! Okay, this time we use Bait 2 and don't do the wrong move this time, okay? Very important stuff. Fire spin! Oh god damn, that hurt. Ow, 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 ow. Ember. Maybe a run back of this. Go bait! Okay, I think beige is not a good choice for this. I'll eat one hit. Who is it pop up again? You and you, right? I think Doodle might be able to tank this one. Fluffy friend! Oh my god! I love the warm Doodle so much now! It's a friend type! Oh my god. Alright, let's go Doodle. I think we can take this one. You're probably gonna do puff up once or twice. Ooh. Yeah, let them know. Oh, it doesn't hurt, let's go. One more. Don't flinch. Thank you. The guys? Don't crit. Ay, god damn it, my friend, no! Why would you crit? I'm so angry. Oh, you crit. I never fucking crit. It's not funny anymore, bitch. Stop flinching. Thank you. They don't hurt anymore. Why am I doing stand attack if they don't hurt? Fight them. God damn it. They're gonna potion. Oh no? Okay, we win. Don't you dare fucking flinch. Thank you. We lost our friend. The crit doesn't matter. It always crit when it just doesn't matter. This Pokemon is a curse. What do you mean? They never crit when it matters. Oh. X? Oh, we don't need HM anymore? I see a Cobalt type. Am I the Cobalt? Oh my god. Hi T-Foxer. Thank you for the money, bye-bye. Hey, I did it. I don't have monkey type though. Oh. Oh, it's Team Magma. Oh, sorry, Team Aqua. Wait! Don't take my goods! Well, you're out of goods now, friend. Sucks to be you. Oh, I have money, right? Oh my god, I can buy more Pokeball! Let's do it. Sorry, not here. Wrong place, wrong place. Pokeball. Ding. I'm a chronic slash pain type today. Give me your energy. No, I'm sorry. I will give you energy. Thank. I can transfer energy through beams. Non-canon, by the way. I cannot do that. I do hope you a speedy recovery from whatever it is. I'm so good with a friend type here. Fluffy friend. Fluffy friend. It's so good. I think Bait evolves at level 16, question mark? Going to the Pokemon Center to buy items so as we play 3D Pokemon. Oh, Gen 5 does that, right? I don't remember. I haven't played Pokemon in a long time. I think my last played Pokemon was Scarlet. Yeah. Oh, Gen 6 onward. Okay, my bad. Yeah, I'm not too knowledgeable when it comes to Pokemon stuff. Hey. Oh, Kisamaka. Yeah, that fantastic trainer who helped me pentaback. We have X. Emperor Distinctly. I was thinking of time without any tools when some goons ordered me out. Few Pokemon that react badly to loud noises, they could cause an uproar. We stopped using heavy equipment for tunneling. More fights here, right? Oh, that's nice! Long story short, I got long COVID a few months ago, so sore a lot. Oh god. It's never fun going through COVID. I'm sorry about that. I sincerely wish you a speedy recovery. Even though I don't know how I can help with that, but yeah. It's not fun going through COVID. And I am honestly lucky as fuck to not, you know, I never went through COVID and I never wanted to. This shit's scary as fuck. Eldritch Blast. No! Ooh. Hi. Confuse Ray. Oh, Spooky Ray. Oh. Ooh, nice. I don't have any attack to attack though. Buff up? I think Growlithe might have Flash Fire as well. Okay. Hi. 5W9, boring type. Oh, you're faster. Oh, did you do quick attack? How? This game, I swear to fucking god. 95%. Hiya. How you miss? I don't even understand anymore. Ah. Why you like this one now? Noodle. The guys puff up. We love puffing up. Sharply? Oh, you're still -1. Yeah, keep doing that. You're still -1. And now you're -2. One more. -3. The guys. What? The guys doesn't affect that? Fluffy? Oh! Oh! Scratchy. Oh, look at that sharp! Everyone is afraid of sharp! Not everyone gets it, most people don't, thankfully. Yeah, thankfully. Although, I do feel terrible for you going through it now. So, yeah, just... I wish you a speedy recovery. Very important. I heard a lot of people saying that going through COVID is gonna rest a lot. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'll take your word for it. What? Ow! Scratch. Bounce sweet? Oh, that's the fruit one. Ember. We're cooking fruit now. We're cooking fruit now. Got him. I made the long COVID part. Most people who get it are just sick for a week or two. Some people just get leftover symptoms after they recover, then take a long time to go away. Oh, oh, so long COVID, it's almost like it's it left a lasting effect. Oh man. Oh, friend. Shark. Oh. Fish. How strong my adorable Pokemon is. Nugget? Nice. Oh. Eldritch Blast. More Eldritch Blast. Long COVID is damage level from COVID after you fight off the infection, so you're no longer contagious but you feel like you got hit by a bus. That's even worse! Oh my god. Oh god. There it is. Alright, bait is evolving into a bigger bait this time. True bait. Yeah, this is the true bait. Nice sprite work though, holy shit. Alright, did you change your type? Fire magic furry, there it is. We found furry. Hell yeah, triple type. I think next time we should try to evolve Gentry Dog. Or maybe even Bird. Furry. I might be a furry, but I am definitely a scaly. You know, this peanut berry looks like something that... something you can... It can poke it up to a whole height. Yeah, okay. You guys get the point. Why am I like this? I don't know why am I like this. That noi bait, that a trap that breaks. Breaks it? Noi bait? Oh, you mean Noivern? I mean, Noivern is definitely one of my favorite Pokemon out there. First place is not second, honestly. I think the bird can evolve in level 16 as well. Yeah, cut off. Oh, I missed it. Symptoms include breathing issues, fatigue, joint pain, insomnia, and looming sense of dread, among others. It can last anywhere from months to several years. Yeah, that just doesn't sound fun to deal with. Shit. No, that breaks and is no bait. That breaks is a trap. Huh? Sorry, I don't think I understand. But yeah, I'll get on the topic. Just wishing like that this only lasts a few more months and not years. And I definitely wish you all the best with that as well. It's not easy tackling that, and yeah. You got this. Pico and I, oh the boy, Brian. Oh, trap. Oh, you mean femboy? Oh, you are male. I mean, femboy doesn't sound too bad as well. So long as it's Breakson. What? Are you coming? Can't get me then. He hauled it all. That hostage Pokemon turned to be worthless. I love this music. Hey yo, Licky Lick.
Hello.
What? Ultimate fan, VT. Hi. Thank you. Not sure I got here. I've seen a raid. Probably. Regardless, you sound absolutely delightful. Take my phone. Wow. Thank you. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you. And I hope you're doing good too. Do you want some boring type? Do you want files? Texas! Can't feel it. You wanna file some taxes? Air counter is physical attack, I think, right? Oh no, it's okay. Fanboy doesn't sound that bad. I mean, honestly, it doesn't. So long as it's not hurting other people, then I think it's pretty okay. Got him. This is plain not right. The boss. Thanks for the parts. I mean, trap is a bad term. It's an implication that those who don't conform to a cultural conception of sex and gender are doing I'm doing so as a deception. It's not exactly the same as trend, right? Nice. They didn't even change this one. It's all Windsor. Can I get in now? Goofy Goon hightailing out the tunnel. I can go into digging. Now I can go into this house. Verdant turf without using this tunnel. You have to cross the sea to Dewford, sail into Slateport, travel through Morville. Wow. There's a man digging his way to verdant turf all by his lonesome. He's desperate to get through. He said that if he digs little by little without using machines, he won't disturb Pokemon, and he'll avoid harming the natural environment. I wonder if he made it through yet. You guys didn't even check on him? Holy shit. So mean. Fish. Fish. That one looks tasty. The Devon good. I got him. Only one great ball? Goddamn. I want more. The shipyard in Slateport? Okay. Mr. Stone. Amazing person. Wow, this game. On the way, can you stop at the Dewford town? Hope you deliver a letter to Steven in Dewford. Oh, okay. I'm a great president, in all caps. I'll never be so cheap as to ask a favor for nothing in return. Pokemon? Indispensable tool. Magma and Aqua. Thanks. Alright, bye-bye. I need to play more raw. Hi. I've been developing an added feature of the Pokemon. Turned out great. Match call. You can chat with people who have been registered to your Pokemon. Our President Stone should be registered to your Pokemon. Oh my god, Stalker. I'm on a crystal ROM hack, but I have a bad habit of dropping games even though I'm enjoying them. I mean, I do that a lot of times as well. I kind of drop Okami seemingly without any reason as well, which is kind of weird, but it just doesn't make me want to play it as much as I want to play the other games. Oh, Brendan. You wanna fight? I can lead with Noodle. Oh, hey! You had a magical feature? Cool! Mr. Briny! I walked by Mr. Briny. Mind rules. Hell yeah! The guys. I love the guys. Fury swipes are just called the guys. I don't even understand why. Oh, it's the guys type. Oh. A scratch. Oh no. Don't burn my fluff. Oh, you're burning my fluff. God damn it. All good. Let me scratch it up. If I end up not speaking again, I likely fell back asleep. It's like 3 AM where I am. Oh, yeah, it's alright. Sleep is good. That just means your voice is calming and soothing enough for me to do so. Pleasure to meet you, Miss Scaly. Wow. Thank you. Appreciate it. And there are a few people and friends of mine that I know that tune into my stream to sleep with it. I feel very honored, honestly. Thank you, really appreciate it. And I do hope you have a good sleep afterwards. Or even now, yeah. Boring. Does it lower physical attack? You're probably gonna do bubble, so I'm just gonna air cut that. Squirt flow? What? Ow! Holy shit, what is a squirt flower? I've been squirted? Stand attack. Let's go, quick claw. Squirt flower? Everyone's afraid of water type. What is this? Everyone is afraid of water. No, all my team is afraid of water type. What is this? If I can, I'm gonna put a confused ray out. A punch it. Oh no, I'm gonna get wiped. I'm actually gonna get wiped. The stand attack is not working too. I think because it's multi-hit, like me and the guys beating you up. Oh, actually that makes a lot of sense, yeah. Did you tumble? The stand attack doesn't work. This is bad. I'm gonna get wiped. I got killed by a squirt flower. Eldritch Blast. Thank you. Oh. Do you like this? Oh my god, I got swept. Oh, my team is afraid of water. What is this? Holy set. Even Angie type is afraid of water. Who is not afraid of water? God damn it. Alright, let me check. I have one more spot. I don't like any of these guys. Maybe Anoref? Anoref looks cool. Now that Anoref might be able to listen to me more. Because I have the badge now. Yeah, I do say a bunch of wild stuff sometimes. I can get kinda unhinged, I don't know why. Wait, no. I have 4,000. Fine. Yeah. Alright, you lucky ass. No more. I want to see dragon Pokemon? Same. I would love to see a dragon Pokemon. I'm gonna puff up when I can. The squirt flower doesn't work against it. Disarming voice? Ooh. Hello, everything hurts? The guys, get them. It's not afraid of anything. Are you a clown type? Is that it? You even have a squirt and flower, come on. Ow! I'll do puff up one more time so the Aqua Jet doesn't hurt. Or not, I forgot about Aqua Jet. I mean, I did Man. The man. Oh, I forgot to level up Pokey. Pookie, why don't you want to listen to me? I have a badge. I guess even the badge doesn't work? Well, I'm putting you back to the storage then. I don't understand why. I might be able to survive for Aqua Jet. And I think I'm faster, so I can do Confuse Ray. Yeah, if they do Aqua Jet, they first. But I think I can survive this. Yeah. Why? What is this? A Popplio is absolutely insanely broken? This kills. Boring type is afraid of water. I think Squirt and Flower is a fun type move, that's why. Thank you. This is tough. The fun is dangerous. I roll. Oh, hello, Map. It Map. Map rolling. Oh my god. Hi, Map. Hi, roll. Push to my watch streak? No. I had to end the stream. I had to end the stream very early just now because of huge thunderstorm. I did apologize on my Discord just now with what happened as well. I'm sorry, Mer. I'm so sorry. It's my fault this time. Yeah, because the thunderstorm, the thunder struck in front of my house and my monitor went flashing multiple times. So that scared me a lot and I just stopped streaming because of that. I'm sorry about that, Mer. I know a lot of people lost their stream streak, I think. Wait, I should go back down to find Mr. Biryani. Mr. Biryani? Who cares for Twitch? But we know that it's your 75. Apologize for cutting. Okay, I won't. But I want to be cuddled though. I'm sorry, man. I want to be cuddled. Who doesn't want to cuddle from Kobold? Oh my god. I got a Kobold cuddle. Angie cuddles. Oh wait, Angie. You're just like this one. Angie type Pokemon. Angie type Pokemon. That just means I'm screaming or cuddling you. It's alright. I'm still being cuddled. Heck yeah. I'm a happy kobold. Oh neat, that's the badge from Rustboro Gym. Is your hazing item? Hmm? Oh, grass type? Yeah, grass type. My 165 streak is gone too, but it's fun while it lasted. I'm sorry. I know you said it's gonna happen, but I cannot believe it happened like this. I know it's not like directly my fault, but I still caused it. So I am sorry. But I still hope you're doing good, Nexus. Your watch streak continues in my brain, definitely. And I always appreciate that watch streak. I mean, even the watch streak gone, I'm still like, I mean, you still never stop watching, so yeah, the watch streak is not gone technically. Anyway, we're gonna run. I got something to do outside. Ugh. But maybe I'll find some loot. Was only a short visit, but wanted to say hi at least. It's okay. Thank you, Mert. And good luck with maybe looting. Also, yeah. Thanks for stopping by too. I don't know why I suddenly don't know how to talk anymore. Let's go. Oh. Oh, hi, Papa. How do you know my phone number? You fucking stalker? Definitely one of my favorite music in this game. Cool. Watching two streams at once is hard. Yeah, usually I lurk on like I lurk on the streams that I watch, and I choose one to watch. It makes me sad that I cannot interact with all of them because it's very hard, but I usually interact with one and then I'll interact with another one while that one is like muted and something like that. Alright, time to find new Pokemon. Alt Rock? Yes. Yes. It's hard to listen to what anyone is saying. Yeah, because, you know, if you have two voices at once, it's very difficult. Which is why I always say that I really do appreciate even if they're just lurking. It means so much to me that they're even willing to open up my stream and just lurk there. And just lurk there. It means a lot to me. It really does. Oh. Oh. Makikachapu. How do I capture this? A quick attack is definitely gonna kill. Great ball? But yeah, I'm doing well. Good to know. Good to know you're doing well, Nexus. Also get bricked. I'm gonna break Nexus. I love bricks, and they're very crunchy. No! Oh, wait, L does this? I can check? Your water type and ugly? Oh, that's huge, I didn't know. No! No! Oh, thank you. That was a lot of my Pokeball gun. Its swimming muscles are weak, so it is easily washed away by currents. In places where water pools, you can see many Magikarp deposited there by the flow. We need the spicy noodle back. Now I'm gonna name it Spicy Noodle. Nice. Alright, level 15. I forgot to mention pressing L. It's all good. Alright, you know tackle. Wonder if what else I can catch with this. More fish? Alright, let me try once more. The boop, oh my god. I want a boop dragon. Boop dragon. So I think old draw is just Magikarp. It's fine. Excellent. What if my rod hooks a big one while I'm in the washroom? I just cannot go. Ew! You don't pee in the ocean. Oh my god, man. Oh, cute. Of course you're sus. Of course you're sus type. Oh my god. Oh, I love this game. I love this ROM hack so much. Of course Zorua is a sus type. Oh my goodness. Ow. Oh, you're afraid. Oh, is sus afraid of normal attack? Probably. Oh, I love the L button. Oh my god, it's Jade. It's like baby. It's so true though, it's baby time. Oh, Fury attack, guys. So maybe T-Foxer is right. Multi-hit attacks are guys type. Baby. Baby. Oh.
Hello.
The Fire Ruler. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Also welcome in. Monkey? Okay. Of course. I'm not surprised. Ooga Ooga Booga. This game, god damn it, my stomach hurts from all the shit that I'm looking at. Oh my god. Ooga Booga, huh? Monkeys around to cause damage. I love monkey tech. Hope your series is going well. Oh yeah, it's going pretty well, thank you. Ooh, monkey is afraid of flying, okay. I'm 200% not going to remember any of these. Bunny, right? Noodle? You're very... Ah, I did puff up. I'm not gonna one-shot you, I'm a noodle. You guys? What? I think I'm sharp? Yeah, Scratch wins. They enjoyed it. Hey, noodle. Nice. Oh, I actually forgot Pokénav is a thing. I mean, Run and Bun doesn't have it. Or maybe I just didn't play it far enough to have Pokénav. Oh. I need a gym badge to use it. Oh, I can cheat. I can just use it without the gym badge. Oh, no, we're not gonna sequence break like this. Honestly? What type are you? Another sus type. And baby. Okay. Negates one hit KO attacks. Ooh. No. Oh yeah, you negate one hit, of course, and it's a crit too. Does Twitch actually take half of a sub payment? Sadly, they do. They totally does. That's why I also, I also promote donating through coffee, because they don't take that much of a money. But the sub is like to not watch the ads, right? Half is a lot, yeah. It's insane too. I have to name you Sus Trina. That's why we have coffee. And also people also do like Patreon stuff. But I don't have Patreon. It's a gift to the streamer. Well, corporate greed doesn't think so, does it? The corporate greed is always the worst thing in the entire universe, I feel like. And corporate greed is what makes the society this way. Alright, I gonna say it. Monkey. Enki monkey. Of course you have Ooga Booga. Every monkey should have Ooga Booga. Quick attack. Okay, we're good. For real, speaking facts, friend? $10 is like $80 for you, so you would only get 40. Yeah, something like that. So I wouldn't, yeah, honestly I wouldn't recommend gifting sub. It's good, right? It's honestly amazing that people would consider, subbing more, or to just give money in general to me. No way, I'm just here. So it always makes me feel very happy when people even consider to help me with financial stuff, So yeah. When it starts shaking and its nasal breathing turns rough, it's a sure sign of anger. However, since this happens instantly, there's no time to flee. Enki Moki. Enki Moki. I want to see what else Pokemon we have here. So maybe just Bonsly and that. Oh, Chupi. Oh, you were crit now? Holy shit. I mean, that's good, that's good. Got him. It climbs mountain paths using only the power of its arms. Because they look just like boulder sliding paths, hikers may step on them without noticing. Rock. Rock. No, it has to be rock. Spelled like this. R-O-C-C. Rock. Alright, what else do we have? I don't want to fight you. The rock. The rock. Angie against Angie, it works, hell yeah. It's kind of funny how Angie is afraid of being Angie as well. So only 3 Pokemon. Ooga booga. We should tackle the gym. I think depending on what the level of the gym Pokemon is, I think using the infinite candy to match their level, or at least their highest Pokemon level, would be fair. Aww. Fighting and Stinky type Pokemon. Stinky. Okay. Going against him with normal type Pokemon is asking for trouble. Stinky Pokemon will lay a serious smackdown on Angie Pokemon. Okay. The gym bros and gals create a Stinky haze. I love Stinky type. I kinda do now, holy shit. Alright, so no Angie type. No Angie type. Fighting and Stinky. They didn't say what Stinky is afraid of, but I feel like Stinky might be afraid of fire. Or magic. Definitely not Fluffy. We don't have a friend type move yet, so we don't know. Ancient. Alright, who can use this? Ooh, the bird can use it? Oh gosh, diggity dang. Give it to me. File W9. God damn it, it's so funny. Fossilize is, yeah, physical. So I think I can change out Gust. We already have Air Cutter that's like a special attack. And I think having a rock move is just good in general. Oh, sorry, Ancient. I can use it multiple times! Oh! It's not just a one-time thing! Fair enough. Yo, look at that flying kick. A monkey! Do you hate fire? Oh, Fluffy is afraid of shark. Oh, you're afraid of fire, okay. But Bait Twitch is too slow. Oh, nice. Oh, oh no, it's a double battle, okay. Oh, I'm very bad at double battle. 1-on-1, okay. Fight, friend. Okay. Endure is bad. Bad? Why is it bad? Oh, I cannot check my chart? Yeah, I cannot check my chart for some reason. It's okay. We're gonna puff up on all of them. Double puff up because why not? Harshly fell on all of them. Ow! Oh my god! Alright, Bait 2 needs to run. Let's bring in Gentry Dog. Gentry Dog is Enki though. We'll see how it goes. Teddy Tumble. Aha! Nice, nice. We do send a tag on Machop. We're gonna Teddy Tumble Riolu. Riolu's probably gonna endure, I feel like. Yeah, let's change. Gentry Dog and... yeah, Gentry Dog and Noodle will just aim for Machop then. Oh, quick attack. Wow, okay. Fair enough. Oh, you're afraid of Psychic type. Alright, how about my Enki move? Oh, got him. Fair enough. Should have expected that. So Bite is dark type. Dark type probably doesn't affect friend type. Probably. I don't know. Everything is afraid of Sharp. Nice. Nice. Raw? Don't do raw. It's okay. Money. Boost. Oh, oops. The power of Fresh is very powerful, yeah. Oh, I forgot. Oh god. Ooh, don't do it, I forgot. Nope. Get in there, bird. Dog and Noodle together at last. Eh? P.U. P.U. No, Stinky. Oh my god, it lowers accuracy. What the fuck? Hi, legs. Welcome. P. Oh god damn it, accuracy. Oh. Flinch maybe? P. Is it guaranteed lower accuracy? That's insane. I'm gonna burn it. It's gonna troll. Oh, they up SP defense. Flame charge. Fire good. Nice. These attack names, they're great. Hope you're doing good, Lex. Do we have Drippy yet? Sadly, no. Wait, did you start entire team? Oh, this is this new run. This is a different Pokemon game. So welcome to Pokemon Too Many Types. What do I mean by that? So first off, we have Fire Fluffy. And we have Fluffy Friend. And we have Boring Flying type. And we have Fire Magic and Furry type. And we have Angie type. And we have Water and Ugly type. So essentially this game has 50 plus types. And they have a shitload of new moves as well to accompany with all the new types and stuff. So yeah, this is fun as hell. Not the ugly type, it's okay. To me, Magikarp is never ugly. Oh, I would call him Makikachap because, you know, Makikachap. Oh. Hi, Torsa says, playing Black 2 and Omega Ruby right now. Nice. Magic is very beautiful to me. Magic is very beautiful to a lot of people. What type are you? Dense Zoomer? What do you mean Zoomer? What the fuck is Zoomer? Am I that old to not know what Zoomer is? Oh wait, does it have confused Ray? One more. -6. He doesn't hurt. Confused Ray. Got the zoomies. Oh, I mean, if it's zoomies, then it's actually kind of adorable. Fire spin. Oh, it's not afraid of fire? Oh god. They're just normal type. Maybe Fluffy move would be good? What's headbutt? Okay, so headbutt just normal. Titty tumble? Ah, yeah. How about guys? Ooh, guys is good? Oh my god, guys is OP, let's go. We love guys. Oh, I thought it's gonna be a double battle. Damn, look at that kick. What time is now, actually? Oh, it's only 6:30? Nice. I mean, it's not only that, I'm still, like, very hungry already. Guys. No, it doesn't hurt. It's afraid of fire, that's for sure. Uh-oh, Stinky! Oh, Stinky! Oh no! No, uh-oh, Stinky! Titty tumble! Yeah. No, oh, go, oh, okay. Okay, I get it. We're gonna go heal afterwards. Uh-oh, Stinky. PU! Oh, let's go. think we can use a candy for... I should go heal. Tweedle! Okay. I might be able to win this one. We lead with Noodle, and we're just gonna puff up. So currently, because this is like a pure physical attack here, puff up is gonna carry me so much here. Let's do it. I'm Burali. I punch trees and I become strong. Oh my god, it monkey. Angry monkey. Monkey moment? There's a monkey moment. What is this? What does it do? I don't know. And a monkey moment. I love these moves. Oh my god. They made the game so much fun. Aha. I'm too fluffy for you. Getting pumped? Oh. What do you mean by getting pumped? Did he tumble? Ah, yeah. Oh! Oh, it's afraid of Fluffy? Oh, probably because Anki. I think Anki is afraid of Fluffy. Nah, we good. Level 19! Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow, ow. I suddenly hate this game. Sorry. These shut the fuck up, game. God fucking damn it. Oh, you also say stinky? These nut. One more pop up. Book Nexus gear. Do you like Teddy Tumble? Oh my god, goddamn crit. Did you just... You did not just... You did just that. You just did that. Okay, this is bad. Alright, we need a confused ray here. We're getting these nuts, ED. Oh no. No. It's gonna lower accuracy. Please work, please work. Ow. Oh my god! 4 crits in a row with double kick? Big bitch ass, god damn it. Five times crit? 6 times crit? No way! What's going on? Is double kick guaranteed crit now? A double kicking attack that strikes the foe twice. They crit 6 times! What the fuck? Is this mod super unfair too? No, it's not. It's not. I just got mega fucking unlucky. This is not an unfair mod. This is a funsies mod. But they just did that. God damn it. I think it's guaranteed crit. No, that one didn't crit. I got killed by not super effective crit kicks. What the hell? PU! Oh! Citrus berry? And another crit. What is this? What is this mon? They crit 8 times in a single fight. 8 times. Excuse-moi. This is so unfair. Yeah, that's bad. Maybe it's something to do with PU. PU just lowers accuracy of that Pokemon that's getting hit. Yeah, also lowering accuracy. Nothing says about upping critical rate. If I can. Yes. I'm just gonna send attack until Gen 3 Donk is dead. Oh my god, another crit! What the fuck? Okay. So what type is it again? These nuts, right? Fighting and Deesnut. Okay, so Deesnut is afraid of fire. That's good to know. The words that are coming out of my mouth, I never in my life I would say these nuts is afraid of fire. I think I need to reiterate that. These nuts are afraid of fire. What the fuck is this? I don't know. I love it so much. Oh, let's go, finally. This just means you should also get one of those. To get stock? But I hate it. I mean, it's not dragon. Oh, that was the strongest Pokemon. Okay lah, but fucking crit 10 times in a single fight might be a little bit too much for me. Eldritch Blast. Ooh! I'm out of puff up. Ember? Okay, good. To be fair, I think that still holds true outside of the game. Honestly, yeah, a lot of things are afraid of fire, right? Eldritch Blast, we're playing D&D now. I love how the first move Fennekin learned was Eldritch Blast. it's not even Ember or something else. It's Eldritch Blast. Not dragon is a good point. Yeah, we need more dragons in this game. The TMOA contains PU. It's a move that damages and lowers accuracy. Okay. we need more dragons. We definitely need more dragons. Like the lack of dragon from my about 5-hour play, plus the 1 hour that I, well, I wouldn't say 4.5 hours then. 4.5 hour, not a single dragon in my team. Very disappointed in myself. Cannot believe it. Now we can go through the hole. Yes, we're gonna go through the hole. I'm gonna play this for a little bit more because I'm so excited to see more Pokemon in this game and know what type they are. So, Bait level 16. I think we should just train Bait and use Infinite Candy to follow the level of Bait. I think that's fair, right? Going through the hole, you bet. Eldritch Blast. Oh, sturdy? It's so weird to see a normal type move is super effective against anything. It's so weird. Boring, ugly rock. Geodude is so sad. Oh my god. We found it. We found the ball move. Oh my god, there's a ball type. Tackle, how is it super effective? Probably because I'm magic type. Magic might be afraid of normal. Probably. Gonna get myself some food. Okay, Nexus. Have a wonderful food. Have the best food. I should get myself some. Does normal beat furry? I don't think normie would beat furry though. But that's just me. I'm not too sure. Oh. They are steel type, right? So fire kills them. Eldritch Blast. Not effective, maybe? Catch. You're mine now. Oh my god. No, what the fuck? It's so hard to get. How many SP defense have you gotten? Huh? Please work. Come on. Come on. Pokeball is not free. Oh, thank you. I cannot believe I have to exchange my shiny to get Pokeball. Nice. We're actually playing D&D. Magic Missile. Fires 3 glowing darts of magical force. Fires a beam of cackling energy. Oh, 3! So 26. This one is 40. So 20 points more. Hell yeah! We're magic missiling. The OP skill in Baldur's Gate 3. Two bodies comprise a fixed pair. The two mini gears that mesh together are predetermined. Each will rebound from other mini gears without meshing. Oh. I'm just gonna revert them to their primal name. Cog. Cog. Another accuracy 100% too. Just like on D&D, it's guaranteed damage. Yeah. Maybe they did take inspiration from that. Did you know about sus type? Sus baby. Sus baby. Ember. Now you know why I love this ROM hack so much. I cannot thank WoW enough for finding this for me, honestly. Sturdy? Why is the baby sus? I mean, Bonsly and Sudowoodo are born sus, right? They are trying to imitate a tree. Did he kill a crewmate? Oh, I don't know about that. Prime Steel guys. Oh, guys, look, there's multiple of them. Vice crab. Oh, there's actually a crab type. Oh my god, whoa, you're right. So Krabby is crab type. Oh my god, this game. Magic missile. Ooh. Magic missile so strong. Holy shit. Rock. Oh, Everstone. It's the gremlin! Can Sharp hurt you? It's so weird to see. Oh my god! It's so weird to see Scratch hit Sableye. Okay, it just doesn't make sense. It's so funny. Oh my god. Oh. Nightshade does 12 damage because they're level 12, right? You're gonna tank this noodle, thank you. You got this noodle. Oh boy. Great bar. We're gonna catch this gremlin. I fight with Sableye a little bit because they catch they steal shinies, right? Maybe they're just kobolds. Let's go Noodle. We love Noodle. God damn it! Is Sableye that hard to catch? Oh! Oh, okay. A speed up is all you need sometimes. We got him. It digs branching holes in caves using its sharp claws in search for food. Raw gems. There it is. I want to eat gems too. Oh my god. A Sableye lurks in darkness and is seen only rarely. That's kobold. You're actually just kobold. Nice. Honorary kobold, yeah. I mean, the appearance is not as kobold-like, but it's okay. Angry monkey. Angry monkey. A civilized Pokédex entry to be relatable? To a kobold? Definitely. Steeping? Steeping? Hi, Steeping. Steel Wang? Nice. Steeping? Is there Pokemon encounter here? Oh, okay, yeah, thanks. That answers my question. Ow. Okay, now we can go to Slate Port, right? I'm just gonna use one of the... Where's my escape route? Are you in key items? Okay, I guess it's free now. Nice. To Slateport we go. Heck yeah. Sorry, didn't mean to bonk my mic. Oh. Alright, let's do a few more fights. We're gonna up everything to 18. Payback? Ooh. An attack that gains power if the user moves last. Oh, wow. I could change out Ember, because Fire Spin is pretty good. Puff Up is too good. Let's change out Ember. Eat cracker? What does eat cracker do? Do you just eat cracker? It's a boring move? Okay. A little snack restores up to half HP. Whoa! Wait, it's just roost, but instead it's eat cracker. Oh my god. We don't need foul W9, alright? We don't need to foul taxes. We already have puff up, we don't need this anymore. Cuthbert learned to eat cracker. Oh, it's so good. Stole that kid. Oh, it's a normal move? Boost the power to recipient's moves. This is only for double battle, so I don't think we need this. It's still shiny. 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 Yeah, there's no need for helping him. Oh! Oh, 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 oh. Mega dog. Oh, thanks for the pick. Ooh, look at this. Oh my god, mega dog. So fierce, so angry. Snarl? Is there another angry move? Oh, it's not, okay. Yells and rants at the foe, lowering its SP attack. Anki. I cannot get over how funny the Anki art is. Anki with Anki face as well. It's so perfect, god damn it. I think we use Sand Attack for Gentry Dog. Yeah, we don't need Snarl, I feel like. Yeah. Anki. yeah. It's so good. Anki. We're gonna get spicy noodles soon. Level 20, right? That's the only one I know. Anki. Magic missile. It's so OP. Oh my god. It's so strong. Guaranteed 3 times as well. But why Pupper Angie? Keep head pet, make no Angie? Maybe Pupper is just Angie, but it's not actually Angie, it's just the face being Angie. Dino. Dino is also like very far away from where I can catch it. Nice. Even more nice. I mean, they cannot see well, so I can understand that. Got him. I can't swim, so I'm pretending to swim. Sounds like me. I cannot swim too. I'm afraid of deep water. It's very scary. Did you know Harden is a sus move? Liquid poison. Ooh. Stinky. Harden sus. They even have the Among Us art in there as well. That's amazing. Magic missile. Oh shit. It still dies. Swim is fun though. Is it deep water like ocean, or do pools cause some reaction? If you don't mind me asking. I think pools I'm still okay, so long as the water don't go over my. I think around my chest I start to feel a little bit like anxiety building up. It's kind of scary. But other than that, I think I can still handle like small pools. But if it when it comes to ocean, if we go to beach, which I don't like to go, which I would panic a lot. But I guess I can like stay at the shoreline, or what do you call it? Just around the sand area, but not going exactly into the deep sea. Then I should be fine as well. Fishbowl lakes. offer combo head pet. Yeah. I want. Oh! Okay. Yep. Oh, there is a dream move. Okay. Oh, yours, baby. Okay, what does these nuts? Pure these nuts. Are you afraid of fire? Okay, so these nuts are afraid of fire. I think we established that, but now we can definitely confirm. Thanks for the big head pit. I love head pits. I think I'm gonna get bait to level 20 so that I can look at spicy noodle evolve to level 20. And then I'm probably gonna end the stream soon. I am getting hungry. Burn! Warm hug? Oh. Is it a fluffy move? No, I should have checked. Oh! They're just trying to hug and now I feel terrible. Mime Junior. Are you a clown? Silly little baby. Ooh. Silly little baby. Oh my god, it's perfect. Confusion copycat sus. So anything that sort of imitates, that sort of has that imitating quality to it, I think that's sus. Fire? Oh. Oh my god, fire is so strong against everything. Other than Poplio, of course. Yeah, time is fast today. It doesn't help that I have to stop streaming for about an hour. Sadly, because of thunderstorm. It is still raining outside, but it's not thunderstorming anymore. It's time to cook. My dinner is bound sweet. Stir fry bound sweet. Centric? It's afraid of fire as well. What? Nice. Me? I'm here every day? Wow, we. Okay. Oh, I forgot to check. Oh wait, it's vibe and something type. I don't remember. Ugly friend. Ugly friend. Oh. Draining kiss. Oh, they're fairy type here. Okay. Ooh, speed. Everything is afraid of sharp. It's so weird. Nice, we're level 20 now. Alright, let's get Spicy Noodle leveling up. Let's get our true Spicy Noodle. Here we go. Our first Soul of a Dragon. I would consider Gyarados as a dragon, it's fine. Telegon! Oh my god, it's Telegon! It's spicy noodle! We have a spicy noodle now. Nice! Alright, what type are you? Yo, that's a nice sprite right there, holy shit. Was it Anki? Okay, yeah, Gyarados is very gonna be Anki. Yeah. Very, very Anki, you called it, very nice. Yeah, spicy noodle got even spicier. Angie, hi Roxas. Yeah, Angie. It's just a splash, has no effect whatsoever. Fish but Angie. I try to get everyone to level 20. Vulpix needs a Firestone, right? Ooh, this one's good. I might actually just change Payback. I can just Will-O-Wisp and Confuse Ray and beat the shit out of them. The stall strat. Swagger? Bad. Bad. Confuses the foe but also sharply raises attack. It's such a scary move though. Unless I know for a fact that they're not gonna have any attack move but special attacks only. I'll keep it for like a very specific situation, right? It could help, because Confuse can be so devastating. Oh, oops. Oh, God damn it, I didn't mean to press it. Sorry. Right, and one more fight. We're gonna bring our Angie. Angie Dragon. One last battle of the day. Binaku. Bye. Oh, guys, it's so strong. Oh god. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. Rock water, guys. Withdraw? Oh. Oh. Oh, Sharp Slash looks OP. Because so many Pokemon is afraid of Slash. Oh, sorry, so many Pokemon is afraid of sharp moves. Got him. Good job, Spicy Noodle, good job. Thanks for the money. Actually, let's just destroy everyone here. Fish a couple. I'm gonna get fished. I'm gonna get fished. Ooh, Alolan Polita? Collar. I mean, a collar could catch a couple. Friend magic gender. So I assume gender type means that it's like LGBTQ plus kind of thing. I mean, look at that. That's very gender. I like it. Oh shit, that magic missile. Crazy. What they do? You're magic. Let me tackle you to death. Oh my god, the tackle. Is this shiny? No, this is Alolan Bonita. Wait. Feet cracked. Fossilize? Ooh, ooh, oh my god, crit, let's go. It's a nice crit, beautiful, beautiful. Dunsparce. I don't know if you guys know about Pokemon Uranium. I remember, ooh, let me tell you guys something, alright? I remember about a few years back, alright? There is a Pokemon called Pokemon Uranium, and it has a lot of... It's like an entirely different Pokemon game, more color. Alright, entirely different Pokemon game with different stories and different rivals and even a lot of like new Pokemons in there. And they also have like existing Pokemon, and Dunsparce is one of them. And did you know that the evolution of Dunsparce in Pokemon Uranium is a goddamn hot as fuck dragon? And I'll try to find it afterwards for you guys. It looks crazy good. What? Oh my god. Boring, silly? No, Dunsparce is not boring. Oh, Screech. Screech is monkey. Let's go. Oh my god. Screech. Wow, all crit. Now I'm cheating. I activated my crit script. Alright, that's good. So we're gonna save here. I'm very hungry. 5.5 hours of play today. That was really fun. Screech makes sense to be monkey. True, true. Oops. Yeah, let me close this one. There. And I want to find the dragon for y'all. Give me a second. Whoa, what? Why is there a feet cam? I didn't do anything. Why is there a feet cam? Wow, that was weird. For free? I didn't do anything. I don't know why. Ooh. Pink rubber ducky. Oh my god, I want it. What was I listening to again? Oh, Jubilife. Yeah, I was listening to Jubilife. This one. And let me find... Dunsparce evolution. Done Seraph by leveling up while knowing Skyfall. God Snake Pokemon. Look at this! That's the Dunsparce evolution. Dawn's Wrath. I know. This is what's good with Pokemon Uranium, right? They try to make a lot of new Pokemon, and I mean a lot of new Pokemon. All right, not only just a few. So it's like, but they're banned, right? I think Pokemon Uranium is banned, but I don't know to what extent they're banned. I think it's still possible to play this game? Question mark? But I'm not too sure, right? But Pokemon Uranium, they pour their heart and soul into this game. Like, of course, they don't all look this good, to be honest. There are some janky ones, right? But then again, it's Pokemon, right? Of course there's gonna be janky ones. It's normal. So, some really good ones, and this is one of them. And it came from Dunsparce. Dunsparce from all Pokemon, and Dunsparce is like so adorable too. I love Dunsparce. Nintendo was bad, they took it down? So no more Pokemon Uranium? Shit. Yeah, Nintendo is just bad in general. Cannot believe it. Now they're trying to sue Power Word as well. They actually received a DMCA. God damn. Yeah, it's Nintendo being Nintendo bad. Nintendo being Nintendo-don't. Okay. What does Tylra evolve to? Probably Lingmo? Maybe? Evolves to a dragon. I mean, a couple to a dragon? Probably. Ooh. Oh my god, Tikaka is streaming! Yo, we're gonna raid Tikaka. I mean, there's also Toon, there's also streaming. Oh, Tikaka is having the affiliate anniversary. Tylra as a dragon when? Probably never. I just want to remain a couple. A couple, it's nice. I can ask for so many things as a couple. Alright, so before anything, let me summon Bernie real quick. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Also, that's just my coffee. I just want Bernie to show up for a little bit. Thanks, Bernie. And I also have a Discord channel. I usually announce my stream stuff over there. Like today, there's like a huge thunderstorm, so I cannot stream for a little bit. So yeah, and also I have a dragon sipping corner. Obviously, as a kobold, I need to have one. So of course, I'll share dragon pictures whenever I can too. Tikaka is doing drawings for people that win the Cupboard Battle Royale. Oh my god! Hell yeah! Let's bring more people over there. And I think that's pretty much it, right? I think so. Anyway, I won't be streaming on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, right? So 3 days, actually 1 day rest because Tuesday and Wednesday I need to work for money. God damn it! But it's okay, right? I'll be back on Friday, probably playing more of this because it's actually really fun. So yeah, I'll probably do Pokemon Too Many Types, and then Friday we'll be back with more Rain World, and Saturday maybe something else, right? I want to keep like Rain World slowly going, like a day and then skip a day, something like that. We gotta have money. I mean shiny. Shiny is too important. Money is also important. Oh, I need to fish too. So yeah, I'm gonna go get food real quick because I'm hungry. I know I said this multiple times. I'm so hungry. So I'll see you guys on Friday. Rainbow is such a fun game. Without a doubt, it is a fun game, but it does get frustrating to me sometimes. Game is hard. What can I say? It's difficult. I got a metal tube. I wanna bite it. Me one bite. And also getting food. Nice. The food's good. I want to get food. Have a good rest of the day, y'all. Thank you. Yeah, it can be difficult, but the character themselves just makes me want to play the game more, so. Oh yeah, we're gonna ask for Abby's. My bacon breakfast burrito. We're gonna ask for Abby's. But of course, if you don't have my email, feel free to use whichever email you guys have. It's totally fine. Just probably don't use more than 4 because we don't want to flood the chat too much. So yeah. And let me type in right to Tikaka real quick. Also, Tikaka is an amazing artist who draws a lot of kobolds, dragonborns, and argonians, reptilians in general. Check them out, they're amazing. So I type in the raid. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matters. Very valuable. Couple does y'all, right? Here comes the raid to Tikaka. Tikaka is the best? Oh yeah, definitely, no doubt. Tikaka is just really amazing. I always love to see their art. It's so good. It fills me with joy. Love y'all too. Hi Devin. I'm gonna do some fishing before we raid out. Heck yeah. Wow. Spin. I'm a tornado. Yo. I didn't get it. 69 gold? Okay, very nice. Good enough. That looks tasty. I kinda want to eat it. Yeah. Yep. Alright, I'll see you guys on Friday. Take care, everyone. Love y'all. Alright? Take care. Mwah. Bye bye.
Yep.
Take care. Love y'all. See you guys on Friday. More color.
Yep.
More color.